Kindly permit us to give other participants at least 2 to 3 minutes before we begin the session. Thank you so much. Welcome again. Okay, welcome again, everyone. I think this is 11:03 already. As promised, it's time for us to start. Welcome, everyone, and thank you for joining us today. My name is Abdurazak Imam. I'm the Programs Officer of Indukwe Kalu Foundation. And today we are here to host the regional initiative for Africa Internet Safer Day, which is dedicated to fostering safer, responsible, and positive use of technology across the continent. Few days back, the Africa Regional webinar was held, which highlighted the progress and some of the impacts that have been surrounding the child online protection in Africa. This is in alignment with the Global Safer Internet Day 2025 vision, which also addresses the Africa's unique digital challenges and opportunities. The theme for this year is digital citizenship, educating an African fit for the 21st century. This underscores the Africa's Union commitment to resilient education system, inclusivity, lifelong learning, and outlining the SDG 4 Agenda 2063. Thank you again, everyone, for joining. Once again, my name is Abdurazak Imam. I'm currently hosting the Africa Internet Safer Day Nigeria Nigeria session. I can see some of our speakers joining, but before we proceed, we have, I think, Mr. Kelechi, if you do us the favor to present the agenda quickly before we start. We have in our agenda, welcome and introductions, opening remarks, keynote address, then we'll deep dive into the speaking session, which we have different speakers from organizations and agencies such as the Child Online Protection Africa, the Regional Office of Child Online Protection Africa. We also have representatives from Internet Registration Association, Nigeria. We also have the Internet Society Nigeria chapter here. We also have the Executive Director of Action Against Child Sexual Abuse and Initiative. We also have Tech Societal here, and last but not the least, we have the Nigerian Communications Commission in this in this call. Thank you so much. Basically, item number one is welcome and introductions. There's no much of introductions to do now, but later on. But just like I've said, this is Abdulrazak Imam speaking from Indukwe Kalu Foundation. I am the programs manager, and I'll be hosting the Nigerian session, the webinar for Child Online, Africa Internet Safer Day, the Nigeria's version session. Thank you again, everyone, and thank you for joining. The next in the agenda is opening remarks. I would like to do the honors of inviting the Executive Secretary of Indukwe Kalu Foundation, who is by name Miss Erica Okibe, in this call to take the floor and to give us opening remarks before we proceed. Thank you so much. After that, we'll move on to having keynote address from the chairperson quickly, and we'll deep dive into the session. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for joining us in this webinar today. On to you, Erica Okibe.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity again, and welcome to this very important day and learning session. I'll be giving the remark immediately. Thank you. In a small town in Nigeria, a young girl named Amara received a scholarship to study abroad, all because of her digital portfolio she had created online. She had never traveled beyond her state. Yet, her ability to navigate the digital world, communicating effectively, verifying information, and demonstrating her skills opened doors beyond her imagination. Meanwhile, in another part of Africa, a young boy fell victim of cyber fraud, losing his hard-earned savings to an online scam. Two different experiences, one digital reality. What distinguishes Amara's success from the young boy's misfortune? Digital citizenship. Distinguished guests, esteemed partners, ladies and gentlemen, I am Erica Okibe, the Executive Secretary of the Ndukwe Kalu Foundation, NKF. And on behalf of the Board of Trustees of the Ndukwe Kalu Foundation, an organization dedicated to child welfare and digital safety, it is an honor to welcome you to this year's Africa's Safer Internet Day, ASID, marked on the 11th of February, a day that reminds us of our shared responsibility in shaping a safer, more responsible, and empowering digital future for Africans' youth. The theme of this year, digital citizenship, educating an African fit for the 21st century, is not just a call to action. It is a necessity in a world where over 60% of Africans' population is under 25, and digital transformation is accelerating. We must ensure that our youth are not just online, but equipped to thrive online. As of February 2025, the data we have says that Nigeria continues to face significant challenges in bridging the digital divide, and over 136 million citizens lacking adequate broadband access. This shortfall is attributed to policy inconsistencies, poor coordination, and political interference, which have hindered the effective deployment of telecommunications infrastructure, especially in rural and underserved areas. The Universal Service Provision Fund, USPF, established by the Nigerian government to promote universal access to information and communication technologies, ICTs, has faced criticisms for its inability to meet its objectives. Delays in policy implementation and misallocation of funds have been cited as major obstacles to progress. In a broader African context, the digital divide remains a pressing issue. As of 2021, only 43% of Africans had access to the internet, significantly below the global average of 66%. This disparity is more pronounced in rural areas where infrastructure deficits and affordability issues persist. Digital citizenship is more than just knowing how to use technology. It is about using it ethically, responsibly, and effectively. It includes digital literacy, online safety, critical thinking, and the ability to engage in meaningful participation. Today's digital citizens must be informed, empowered, and protected. Digital citizenship is not just about using the internet. It is about using it wisely, safely, and productively. It is about ensuring that every African child, youth, and professional can navigate the digital landscape responsibly, whether it is understanding cybersecurity, protecting personal data, engaging ethically on social media, or leveraging digital tools for innovation and economic empowerment. In the 21st century, education is no longer just literacy in reading and writing. Oh no, it is about digital literacy, critical thinking, and ethical participation in the global digital economy. If Africa is to compete and thrive in this digital age, we must equip our people with the knowledge and skills to not just be consumers of technology, but creators, innovators, and responsible digital citizens. Imagine a continent where young entrepreneurs in Kenya use blockchain to revolutionize trade, where students in Ghana develop AI-driven solutions to local problems, and where Nigerian cybersecurity experts protect national infrastructure from digital threats. This is Africa we must build. Let's consider these realities for a second. The digital economy. Platforms like Jumia, Paystack, and Flutterwave are proof that Africa's youth can drive global innovation. But do we teach them financial literacy and cybersecurity to protect their earnings? Food for thought. For another reality we must consider is misinformation or fake news and fake news perhaps. Social media is powerful. Yes, it is. But unchecked, misinformations can threaten democracy and peace. Are we equipping young Africans with media literacy to distinguish facts from falsehoods? The second food for thought. 3, cybersecurity. Cyberbullying and online exploitation. Many young people suffer in silence. Are we providing the necessary digital etiquette education, and legal frameworks to ensure online safety. Food for thought number 3. In conclusion, today, as we engage in conversations, this seminar, webinars, and collaborations, let us remember that a digitally educated African is an empowered African. Governments, educators, parents, tech companies, and civil society must work together to aid digital citizenship in our educational system and policies. An African fit for the 21st century is an African where every young person can safely and confidently use the internet, not just as consumers, but as innovators, leaders, and change makers. Thank you, and let's make the internet a safer and more empowering space for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Executive Secretary of Indicate Kalu Foundation, Ms. Erika Okibe. Of course, it is not just about reading and writing. It's also about digital literacy. Thank you so much for the warm welcome remark, and we really appreciate your time. Next on the agenda is welcoming the chairperson of Indicate Kalu Foundation, who has been in the digital landscape for so many years. She's called Mama Internet, Mama Nira, and so many other names. She's by name Mrs. Mary Uduma, to give us now her keynote address. Thank you, ma. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'll show my face because my location is not bright enough, and I'll put it off. I hope you pardon me. And again, I also want to conserve the little data I have. My bandwidth is even showing me my unstable connection I have. But let me show my face first, then we can go. Most of you know me, and I know you know me very well. So this is Mrs. Mary Uduma. Whatever you want to call me, Mama Internet, Mama Nira, Mama NCC, Mama NKF, Mama Africa, Mama IGF. So I take any of them. Thank you very much. So I just put up my video to conserve my data. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I don't know where you are connecting from, wherever you are connecting from. I'm so delighted to be here, and I want to thank NKF for making this possible for us to join in celebrating the African Safer Internet Day. I can see some of my colleagues here who are also very passionate over connectivity in Africa and also making sure that there's security. So I want to recognize all of you. I may not call all your names, but I want to say that I am delighted to be here, and I know we're going to just have a short time or a long time, whatever. I think it's a very short time, because if we're going to talk about safety online, safer day, safer internet user, it will take us a whole day. And it's great that we're joining Africa, the region, to do this, to observe this. And I'm hoping that the stakeholders here will take whatever discussion we are going to have today, take it home to the organization, and we'll see how we can implement policies and regulations that will help us protect our children online. My focus is on the protecting children online, the significance of child online protection in today's digital age, and the role of ASID in promoting safer internet practices across Africa, and particularly in Nigeria. We have had occasions or issues or situations where children have been bullied online, have been recruited online for bad actions or bad acts, have been recruited online to become terrorists. Our children have died because they met on inappropriate content and also bullied or lured into getting harmed and getting killed. So distinguished guests, esteemed partners, thank you, our partners. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope the press is here to carry whatever discussion we are doing today to the greater community of Nigeria and Africa as a whole. It's a great honor and privilege. I welcome you to this significant webinar marking the Africa Internet Safer Day. This is the Nigerian webinar, and the former speaker had already laid out what had happened. And so we at Ndukwe Kalu Foundation, we are joining with you, our partners, to be able to observe this day and to talk about it and discuss on what to do and what not to do. Why should we be involved? What interest is it for us? We know, and we know very well, that safety is everybody's call, and they share the responsibility. So today, as we gather virtually to discuss one of the most pressing issues of our digital era, that is child online protection, we reaffirm our collective commitment to ensuring that the internet remains a safe and empowering space for our children. The digital landscape is evolving at an unprecedented pace, bringing immense opportunities for learning, communication, and innovation. However, as technology advances, so do the risks associated with it, particularly for children. There's cyberbullying, there's online exploitation, there's inappropriate content, and there's also concern for data privacy. In an age where technology is seamlessly woven into the fabric of our daily lives, the internet has become an indispensable tool for learning, communication, and entertainment. However, with its vast opportunities come significant challenges, especially for our youngsters or our youngest users. A child of 2 years knows how to press the phone, and sometimes given a toy tap to work with, and sometimes the tap will go online. The child will be pressing and pressing, and you wouldn't know where the child would have gotten to. But the truth is that we are concerned. As we gather here, we are united by a common goal. What is that common goal? To create a digital environment where children can explore. You know, they have curious minds. They can learn. Yes, they're always learning, and grow, but growing safely, learning safely, exploring safely, and growing safely. So the internet, in its essence, is a reflection of our society, a place of immense potential, but also one that requires vigilance and responsibility. You and me, all of us, is everybody's responsibility. So we should cater for our children. Today's children are digital natives. I'm a digital migrant. I don't know. There are some that didn't see some of the things we saw before now. You can just use the internet as if you don't have any other ways of communicating than using the internet. Yes, you cannot write letters. Today, post office, I don't know whether they still post letters, but With the internet, you write to your email, you communicate, you use your WhatsApp, you use Facebook, you use your all the associated social media that we have, so we can communicate. The children are not left out. They are growing up in a world where the internet is not just a tool, but an integral part of their social and educational experiences. From online classrooms to social media platforms, children are engaged with the digital world in unprecedented ways. You can attest to that. Your children are testament to the fact that the way is going. With the AI here, we don't know. God will help us and we'll see what to do to protect our children online. It is therefore imperative that we take decisive steps to fortify their digital experiences through robust online protection mechanisms, awareness campaigns, and effective policy frameworks. Child online protection is not just a necessity. It is a responsibility that rests on all stakeholders, including government, educational institutions, industry players, and parents, even law enforcement agencies, as well as the legislature. We talk about government, we talk about the administrative, with judiciary, everybody is involved. Men, women, youth, the elderly, we are all involved. So we must work together to create an environment where children can do all that they want to do without fear and without being bullied, without being harmed online. So if we look at the role of ASID in promoting safer internet practices across Africa, that day is a regional initiative to celebrate the Global Safety Day, is at the forefront of advocating for a secure digital ecosystem across the continent. So through collaborative efforts with key stakeholders, ASID is committed to raising awareness. So that's part of the thing we are doing, building capacity, and that's our call as well. And policy advocacy. We want policies, we want regulations. We want to partner with the policymakers, we want to partner with the legislature, we want to partner with regulators so that our children can be protected online. So is also technology-driven solutions. We want to encourage the use of advanced security tools, parent controls, that browsing mechanism to shield young users from harmful content. So we in the Ndukwe Kalu Foundation, we are also committed to this action, and we want to be part of it, and we want to partner with those that are willing and are able and are available for us to do this. And more, apart from child online protection, we do other things, and some of the things we have done in promoting child online is sensitization of students, which we do across, not only in Nigeria. I know Africa is doing that, but we are part of it. We partner with, we partner and intervene in community and skill development. That's one of the things we do, and to equip our young people with essential digital skills and ensure inclusive participation in the digital economy. There is the hackathon we started last year, hackathon competition. We hope that we'll continue to encourage young innovators to develop cybersecurity solutions meant for each community, especially in Nigeria, which cybersecurity solution can better solve our problem and protect our children online. We also do webinars and training programs with the parents and with caregivers, as the teachers and those that are involved in the children's life. And we would tell them about the digital, the emerging digital threats and preventive measures that they should take. It is our belief in NKF, that protecting children online is not an option. Nobody has an option. There's no option. Today, we cannot have any other option, but we have to do it. It is a mandate, yes, for us. This webinar serves as a call to action for all of us to take deliberate steps towards ensuring a safer internet for the next generation, in the generation that are here, and then on the unborn ones. So we keep them. We make sure that we are part of that. So in conclusion, as we engage in insightful discussion today, please let us remember that safeguarding children in the digital space is a shared responsibility. As I said before, please, you are part of it. You have children. If you don't have, your relations have children. If they don't have, in the mosque, you have children. In the church, you have children. So together, we can create a safer, more inclusive and empowering online environment for African children. Please be part of it. I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to our partners, speakers, and participants for joining us in this important discourse. Your contributions are invaluable in shaping a future where every child can explore the internet freely and securely. Thank you. I look forward to a productive and impactful session. Thank you for having me, and I hope I've not taken too much of your time. You are all welcome again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ma. It was actually brief. We were expecting to hear more. But I'm very sure because of time constraints, you had to shut it all. Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you for your candid excuse me, keynote address. And my internet has been working tirelessly since the beginning of NKF, and also widely, as some of you might have known, in the area of internet and other online activities. Child online protection is her golden mandate in NKF, and just like you've heard from her, it's not surprising that she's calling all stakeholders to be part of this call. She's also making sure that protecting children online is not an option. It is also a mandate and also a shared responsibility for everyone, whether from the church, from the mosque, schools, public places, gardens, wherever you find yourself. This is a shared responsibility. Her focus on child online protection is in the digital space is generally focusing on in Africa, not just Nigeria, but also because the space is pretty is growing up fast, new and growing up fast in Africa. She's also particularly focused in Nigeria, and this is the reason why NKF is here to further push the mandate forward. We have our trainings, we have these kind of webinars to push sensitization forward. We also have teachers training to take back trainings back to their schools. We have sensitization campaign drives, collaboration, digital inclusivity, community development, and all. The internet is a reflection of our society, just like you have said. And thank you so much, man. Thank you for your time. Without wasting much time, we'll be going deep into the speaker session. But before I go on, if any of the participants here have something to say quickly, one or two persons, please, within a span of 30 to 40 seconds, the floor is open. Okay, I can see Odinakachi 14 raising up his hand. You can unmute and speak. Can you unmute your mic and speak? Okay.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. From wherever you're connecting from. So my name is Odinakachi 14. I'm actually representing O2 Inclusion Hub. I just want to ask a quick question. I know that the webinar just started, and I'm sure this is not time for asking questions, but I just need to ask this so that I can take note of it. We actually work in Abia State. We actually work on digital inclusion in Abia State. So I want to find out quickly, does the NKF do they work in Abia State? If they do, how can actually other stakeholders, interested stakeholders actually participate in what they do, or collaborate with them in what they do when it comes to internet safety. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wanfo, if I may use that last name. This is the reason why our collaborative partners are here. If you allow us to dive deep into the speaker session, you get to hear more of this, not just from with NKF, with also many of our stakeholders that are here, if that's okay. Please kindly note down the question, I will answer it. You can also throw it right into any of the speaker once we get into the speaker session.
Thank you, that's fine.
Thank you. Dr. Adebumi, thank you so much. You may unmute your mic and speak.
Thank you so much, Honorable Sir. And I want to first of all commend NKF for a job well done. In the past few years, you have been the mouthpiece for child online protection and safety. I'm representing DNS Africa Media and Communication. I'll be stepping out soon, considering the fact that our CTO, Chief Technology Officer, Charles, is on the platform. But I want to use this opportunity to also thank all the stakeholders who over the years have kept the lights up, that's knowing very well that this particular discussion is key and very important to the growth of not just Nigeria, but Africa in particular. Thank you so much, and all the best in the session.
Thank you so much for your wonderful contribution, sir, and welcome. It's been a while. Thank you so much, sir, for the contribution. So we'll dive deep into the webinar session in full. In this session, we'll be welcoming the Regional Africa Representative of Child Online Protection, who is by name Awo Aidam Amenya. She's the Executive Secretary of Child Online Africa. She'll be speaking on advancing child online protection. Also, before we start, she'll also introduce herself so that every one of us get to know more about her. Going forward, we'll have the Chief Operating Officer of Nigeria Internet Registration Association, who will be speaking on the actionable outcomes so far in the child online protection space. Also, we are welcoming the President of Internet Society, Nigerian chapter, to also speak on the regional collaborative achievement in this space. What has been the milestone, what has been the initiatives, the achievement, and the strategies for empowering youth, parents, and students in the future. We'll also be representing the CSO. We'll be welcoming the CSO representative, who is by name Ohauru Obiora Juliet, from Action Against Child Sexual Abuse Initiative. She's also the executive director of the organization. She'll also be speaking on empowering youth, parents, and education in the CSO sector. Going forward, we'll also be welcoming Nigeria government representative, Nigeria Communications Commission, who is by name Dr. Ibiso. Shortly, she'll also introduce herself. In this session, we'll be looking at the NCC's role and vision in line with child online protection. What have they been doing in advancing the COP in the government sector or in the country, since they are the mandate owners of the COP in Nigeria? Also, how is NCC promoting responsible digital citizenships and all? We'll also be welcoming them shortly. Next is the executive director, Stokbe. I think represented by Gabriel, Mr. Gabriel. He will be speaking about empowering youth, parent, and education in the active CSO sector. Thank you so much. I would like to have the speakers all ready, and once we call their name, to introduce themselves. I will start by welcoming Awo Aidam Amenya. I'm sorry if I didn't pronounce it well. The Executive Secretary, Child Online Africa. Thank you. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Perfect morning, perfect afternoon, perfect evening, depending on where you're connecting from. It's an honor to connect with you this morning to sort of discuss a subject matter which is dear to all of us, which we're new to the growth and development of our region or our continent, and which is even our future. So thank you for this opportunity. So I'll go straight to my speaking points. I'm expected to shed light on advancing child online protection. That's understanding the risk and challenges that children are confronted with online. An overview of the COP framework as it relates to ITU, ATU, NCC, COA, and all other stakeholders. And the third one has to do with collaborative initiative to protect children in the digital space. Please, am I audible enough?
Yes, you are.
Perfect.
Okay. So I will take it from the basic facts. What are the risk to children? I will take it from what I call the basic facts. What are those facts? The first one is that every child has a story. Every child has a story, but the common denominator is the fact that they are being accessed online by a predator. And this predator is using keyboard to access the child. The second fact is that everyone needs to take responsibility to protect children. The third one is devices are used to inflict abuse on children. Then again, software programs are used to edit and abuse children. Then there is also file transfer softwares which are used or which will be used to share whatever content is produced, abusive content of children which is produced or shared. And the internet platform and all online image stores are used to distribute some of these contents. And a group of people create a demand for the child abuse content. And another group meets the demand, meet the supply. And now they are even using cryptocurrency in doing that. So what do we need to do? We need to come together as stakeholders in order to stop this content from being shared and from being created in order to protect the African child online. Several partnerships are key to a successful attainment of child online protection, and this will be based on whatever country strategy there are at country levels. Now, for child online protection framework, as far as I'm aware, ITU, ATU, NCC, and other governments across the region are expected to work within a strategic framework or strategic pillars. And these pillars are based on the global cybersecurity framework. So what are the pillars talking about? First, there's a need to establish a governance framework. This governance framework looks at what is available at country level. What are they focusing on? Are they focusing on child online protection? If it's not, can we work something into it to ensure that we have it? And are laws meeting those expectations enough? Then the second pillar looks at education of stakeholders on child online safety. It would interest you to know that we talk about child online protection, but it's not everyone who understands the dynamics involved in it. Sometimes people go to protect children, however, they end up either re-victimizing children or overexposing children to nuances that they should not be faced with. So that is why there's a need for stakeholders to be informed about what it means to have child online protection systems in place. The third pillar talks about adoption of technical mechanisms for protection. We cannot use the usual manual system in ensuring the safety and protection of children and young people. So what do? There's a need for us to adopt technical measures, but how sure are we that those technical tools are designed with the young people in mind. When we say with the young people in mind, we are looking at safety by design or being intentional to protect children on that application or platform. Privacy by design. Are we collecting their data and sharing it with advertisement companies, or we are keeping their data strictly as we have made them aware? Children's rights by design. There are fundamental rules as far as child online protection is concerned. We don't want a situation where we are protecting children, but then we are depriving them of their right to have skills, their right to entertainment, their right to connect, and all of that. So how sure are we that those technical measures or tools mechanisms we are deploying take into consideration some of those? There is also the promotion of regional and international cooperation. You and I will agree to the fact that we can't do child online protection only in Ghana, only in Nigeria, only in Kenya. It's got to be cross-border. And something could happen in Nigeria, it would infiltrate into Ghana, and it will be shared. So how can we work together in partnership and in cooperation such that when we see inappropriate content of young people, we'll be able to stop them from being distributed to re-victimize the victim, in other words? And how sure are we that these contents are really originally children and it's not about a predator who is setting an agenda by using a child's image to doctor it to reflect something else that we don't want to work with? Then the fifth pillar or strategic objective I will talk about will be the development of continuous and improvement processes. We know that every 3 months, new things come up as far as the digital space is concerned. So how much are we abreast with the situation? Do we have a system in place, or do we have laws which are future-proof enough to ensure that we are getting value for the laws we are making, or value for money? Now, under the same framework, there's the need for key policy areas and recommendations to be considered at country level by the various regulators and governments. And the first one, like I spoke about, has to do with legal and regulatory framework. It's important that we strengthen our country level laws. We train law enforcement to know what they are looking for, what to look out for when they hear about child online abuse, and raise legal awareness even for parents and other stakeholders to know that, okay, if you find ABC online, these are the helplines that you could call in order to report the incidents. And even at the regulatory level or regulatory point, there is a computer emergency response team which is proactive and up to the task and ensuring that they're doing what they have to do. There is also the institutional framework that goes to suggest that we need to establish Child Online Protection Advisory Committee to oversee child online protection efforts. I know NCC has ambassadors, and then we also have ambassadors as well as a committee in place. So every quarter there is a meeting to review what is happening. And those are the best practices that we need to be pushing across the region in order to ensure that we're getting things right. Then capacity building. It's important to integrate child online protection or child online safety in our educational curriculum. It's not enough to teach young people the skills to surf online without teaching them where to identify or where to spot a helpline or hotline or child line if they should be confronted with a challenge in the space. And as much as possible, social workers, sports organizations, and all those other stakeholders who work or have anything to do with children are supposed to be positioned in such a way that they can step in when a child reports of an abuse or is confronted with a situation like that. Technical and procedural measures as one of the key policy areas at country level is for us to implement cybersecurity controls in schools, in churches, in mosques, to improve internet filtering at all levels, and also the need for us to monitor or supervise what is going on in the digital space, which I'm sure most of our computer emergency response team that sets are supposed to be doing in order to help us. Now, the last policy area or key policy area for me is the international cooperation. There's no way we can have a safe digital space or a sane digital environment without the cooperation of other people. So when you look at the stakeholder map for child online safety, you will see InHope, InSafe. InHope gives hotline services to countries. I'm sure some of the speakers will be touching base on some of those. And that's all the reason why we have all of that. So there's no way that we can have a system in place without ensuring that it's linking to existing systems that are ensuring the safety of children. Now, with all of this, why do we have initiatives at country or regional level to ensure child safety in Africa? Why is Africa Safer Internet Day very important? This is one of the collaborative initiatives because we are of the view that when it comes to child online safety concerns in Africa, it's not the same as online safety concerns in Europe. Neither is the online safety concerns in Asia. So we know that we have a peculiar interest and peculiar needs as far as this continent is concerned. So which is why we chose to have Africa Safer Internet Day. And it wasn't decided by Child Online Africa or NCC alone. This was at the Accra Forum in 2019. Member states came together and they resolved that, no, it will be good for us as a continent to have a common voice, and this common voice would inure to the peculiar needs of our people. So from 2020, we started coming together as a group with the support of ITU and ATU being unions in the region to support in this effort. And what is the main thing? The main criteria is for us to allow us choose a theme for each year of the celebration, which can help our people at the local level. So the overall goal of Africa Safer Internet Day is to promote an Africa-wide education and awareness in the improvement of child online safety, and to raise awareness with government, industry, educators, and other stakeholders to ensure that the African child is safe and secure whilst online. And then there's also the goal of designing strategies to empower and support the African child's resilience building in the space. So like I can't remember the name, but the first speaker, she did mention the fact that, yes, it's important that we go beyond surfing to innovation and creativity. So we need to produce content. Oh, Madam Mary, we need to produce content that will be used in the space. And these contents, we know that Africa has a peculiar niche or peculiar design and frame of things, or how things are done. So how well are we positioning our young people to pay attention to that and not just be feeding on what is being pushed down to them? Finally, there's also the need to develop and share contextualized and available resources. Like when you come to Child Online Africa website, you will find NCC document on cyberbullying and a couple of other documents which the mascot has produced. We felt that showcasing some of those would help us push the conversation forward as far as we want to have a coordinated or collective Africa interest when it comes to child online protection. So I think in a nutshell, this is what I have to share with regards to the speaking areas I was given to touch on. I hope I've made sense, and I look forward to further engagements in future. And we will not end Africa Safer Internet Day just in February, but we'll continue to engage until the end of the year, and then we pick another theme for 2026, God willing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma. And thank you for the opportunity for NKF to be part of the Africa Initiative. We really appreciate your support thus far. Thank you for your contributions also. Yes, we cannot continue using the manual process in protecting the safety of the child. We also need a common voice for the peculiar need of our people, and most importantly, we need to help our people at the local level. Thank you so much, Ma. I'm sure there are participants that have taken note of these, and during their question and answers, they will be directing their questions to you. Over to our next speaker. We might still come back to you, Ms. Ao. So hold on for some few minutes. I will be introducing our next speaker, who is representing the Chief Operating Officer of Nigeria Internet Registration Association. Actually, NIRA is our parent organization, and this was founded on the basis of their impactful programs in the areas of child online protection and also capacity development. There will be Mrs. Toby and Mr. Francis will be representing NIRA here in the call, and they'll be speaking on the actionable outcomes, considering the fact that they are solely at the peak level of advocating and supporting some of the initiatives of the child online protection at the CSO level. I'll be welcoming Toby and Francis from NIRA. Thank you so much and welcome.
Good morning. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. So I'm Toby with or from NIRA, Nigeria Internet Registration Association. Please permit me to share my screen. Okay. All right. Like you said, I'm Toby from NIRA, and I have my colleague here with me, Francis, who will be speaking on later, still on the same topic. So I'll be speaking on building collaborations for safer internet in Africa, and we can't overemphasize the importance of protecting children online, just to ensure that it's a safe space for them to learn what they need to learn, while also, developing their skills and gaining advancement. Before I move on, I'll just give a brief introduction on who we are at NIRA and what we do. So NIRA is the Nigeria Internet Registration Association, founded in 2005. Stakeholder-led organization by Executive Board of Directors and Board of Trustees. We're not for profit. We're also responsible for managing the .ng CCTLD in the public interest, non-governmental, self-regulating, and this is all in the interest of Nigeria, the global internet community. That's just a brief snapshot of who we are at NIRA and what we do. So moving on to collaboration now, building collaborations for safer internet in Africa. And what we have here is just a snapshot of the power of collaboration. I have two cities depicted here, that's Dubai and Singapore. Now, these cities developed within the span of 20 years, less than 20 years, moved from, what they were to what they are today. Cities we call mega cities, basically, in terms of technology, advancements, buildings, infrastructure, tourism and trade, basically. And how did they get to where they got to today? By leveraging on their resources, the power of collaboration in terms of trade. They have trade with different continents across different countries. They have foreign investments as well, just to ensure that, they're able to develop their city, and they have policies in place to ensure that this thing keeps growing and then it's maintained. Now, they didn't just wake up and then become what they are overnight. They had to, put steps in place to ensure that they're able to achieve their set goals. And these cities have gone from what they were to what they are today. We have people, flocking these cities just to view the buildings, view the sites, just experience the culture and experience, what they have going on there today. And this all stems from collaborating with other countries, other continents, and just ensuring that, they build something worthy of emulation. Now, in line with our theme for this webinar, Safer Internet Day for Africa, and then educating an African fit for the 21st century, we also have, some institutions that came together to ensure that children are protected online. And these institutions or these agencies are worthy of emulation. I know we're speaking about Africa, but these ones were set up, outside of Africa, within the European Union, the United States, Australia, as far as Australia, and then internationally as well. So we have United Nations Convention for the Rights of the Child. We have the Internet World Foundation, which is a global, institution, just to ensure that children are protected online. It's a safe space for them. Like Madam Mary mentioned, we've moved from what it used to be before, the days of writing letters, posting these things in at the post office. Now everything, or mostly everything, is done online. Children even, learn online. In schools, we have them making use of laptops, making use of tablets just to learn certain things. We have children learning coding. We have children doing a lot of things online. We have a lot of developments. We have a lot of ideas that come from young people, young minds, that, they've learned from the internet. And it's important that when they are there learning, because we can't completely shut them out from, using the internet as it's a tool, it's the future, basically. So it's important that while they are there learning what they need to learn, they are also protected, and it's a safe space so that predators they don't have easy access to them. So all these bodies were put in place to ensure that, children are safe online. And it's important that as a continent, we also put measures in place. We come together to form very strong bodies to ensure that, children are safe, they can learn, they can gain advancements, they can develop their skills while being safe online and being protected. Now we have stakeholders that, play an important role in ensuring that all these things happen as they're meant to happen. We have private organizations, government agencies, and then the community as well. Now, it could be from, having educational initiatives just to ensure that we create programs that educate children, educate their families as well. The best practices for children staying online, ensuring that whatever they're doing online, their privacy is established, and then they are safe. We conduct grassroots outreaches as well, just to ensure that everything they do, they are aware of information they need to keep to themselves, and then information that can be divulged online. Then government also plays a strong role in implementing laws, legal frameworks, policies that ensure that, we have child protection established as well. It's not just enough to have internet safe for everybody, but children are young, children are impressionable, children are easily, deceived and manipulated. So it's important that we go the extra mile. We put extra measures in place to ensure that everything they do, is safe online, and everything is protected. Their identities, their information, they have complete privacy while they are learning and then developing their skills. Now, we were able to identify some barriers and opportunity areas. Now, for the African continent, like Miss Erica said, we have millions of people in Africa, and there are a lot of barriers as well. But in this, challenges or limitations, there are also opportunities. Now, some of the barriers we highlighted are language barrier. We have over 200 languages in Africa, right? And if we cannot communicate effectively, it's a major limitation to us collaborating and gaining advancement in terms of protecting children online. We also have cultural differences, the way we do things, the way we react to things, the way we behave, the way we manage situations, basically, and then the economic environment. We have a lot of cultural differences. We have digital divide and adaptation. She also made mention of how we are really backward in terms of technology advancement in Africa. We have a lot of gaps to fill, basically. Not everybody is tech savvy, not everybody even knows how to handle a digital device. Not everybody knows how to use a mobile phone, right? So it's important that we're able to close this gap. We educate as many people as possible. It's not just to be aware of, oh, there's internet, we have mobile phones, we have digital devices, but it's also knowing how to use it safely while being on there, knowing how to, do the right things while using the internet. So apart from educating people on using the internet and advancing in terms of technology, it's also important that they are made aware of, the measures to put in place to be safe while on the internet, and then adopting this thing as well. Then we have national policies. Every nation has their policymakers have policies put in place which might not be in alignment. Everybody has different individual policies. So it's also a barrier or can serve as a limitation to collaboration in terms of driving child online protection. Then there are also misaligned goals. People might have similar goals, but they might not be in alignment, right? So it's important that before or and while trying to collaborate with someone else or another institution, it's important that everybody states the goals and find ways to align these things to ensure that we're chasing the same thing and we have similar results in mind. There's also the skill gap. It's important. We know that a lot of people lack skills in terms of technology. We know that it's a limitation in terms of people knowing how to use technology, people knowing how to use the internet to get the best out of situations or get best results out of tasks that are meant to be carried out, which is also a barrier in terms of technology advancement and child online protection. But there are also opportunities, like I mentioned earlier, right? There are new technologies which allows greater choice in learning, ways of learning. I already mentioned earlier, in schools these days, not even university, not secondary school, as low as basic education, primary schools, we have children using computers to learn. We have children that have laptops that they take them to school, for educational activities. So it has gone beyond, we have a lot of online classes. It has gone beyond the norm or what we are used to. So we have opportunities there in terms of advancing technologically, but there are also opportunities to protect children while they're online. There's also the growing public interest in technology. Like I said, technology is the future, right? We've gone past hard copy notes, written things. Everything now has gone digital, or most things have gone digital, right? So it's growing really fast and it has gone beyond what we expected. We need to catch up as a continent. We need to catch up really with what is going on out there. Regional and local education opportunities at every point in time is important. We reiterate the importance of, learning and developing, educating children. Any opportunity we get, it's good to educate them on things that can and shouldn't be done on the internet to make it safer. Expanding partnership opportunities. There are a lot of people that, have interest in protecting children online. So it's important to leverage on these things, identify the opportunities in partnerships, and then, collaborate with people just to ensure that we're driving the same message and we can achieve protecting children online. The growing trend online student enrollment, I already talked about that. People learning, classes are online. A lot of classes are virtual. A lot of things are being taught online. You don't have to go to a physical school to learn a skill or get a certificate. Most things are done online these days as well. Then raising data security concerns across all data sensitive matters. It's important that they understand how important data privacy is, right? It's not just to put in your name somewhere, your age, your address. All these things are very sensitive data. So it's important that we keep educating them and, ensuring that any opportunity we get, we basically tap into it to ensure that children are protected online. At this point, I'll hand over to Francis to speak on practical steps to, drive digital safety online. Francis, my colleague, is here.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the insight and the starter. So basically, I will be speaking on steps, in fostering a safer internet. You will agree with me that internet is a shared space. And it requires collective collaborate. Can you hear me? Hello? Am I still audible?
I think
Yes,
you
we
are
can
now.
hear you.
Okay, hear you.
Okay, so sorry about that. So I was saying so these different stakeholders, it's important that different stakeholders will come together, work and ensure that they collaborate to make the internet secured and build that resilience that is required of this ecosystem. So part of the action points that needs to be looked into. So now these points are actually, there is a part that is required of the government. There's a part that is required of, private organizations, NGOs and all that. There's a part of it that is also required from individuals, because whether you like it or not, these different bodies, these different stakeholders will work together. So there's everybody is involved, on the internet. So that is why each and every of these of different stakeholders needs to work together. So now the part of improving cybersecurity, it is very, very important and necessary that governments establish cybersecurity policies and frameworks that helps to to govern the cyberspace. And also tech companies can actually implement strong security measures to ensure that informations or data that are moved around the internet are actually well secured and encrypted, by using firewalls on different infrastructures to actually ensure that data or information is actually secured and safe. And also, it is also very important that researchers also identify threats and also share best practice on how to actually ensure that cybersecurity is of key is well is something that is well improved in our daily life and in our daily usage of the internet. So also enhancing public awareness and education is just like my colleague said, knowledge is something very paramount in everything that we do. So a lot of times we see people don't even understand, what phishing is, what malware is, and all those cyberbullying and all that. So it's important we actually collaborate to actually improve campaigns and help educate internet users on threats and how these threats can actually be identified and mitigated. And also, it's also imperative that we actually partner with schools and universities to integrate all this digital literacy in their curriculum. So these are part of the things that we can do to actually make, enhance awareness and, talk about this, make sure people actually understand, even in our corporate world, workplace, there are a lot of employees that don't even understand all this cyber security or all the cyber attacks, how they are launched, how they are how those exploits actually actually happen. So it's quite good that this public awareness and education is taken very, very important, both from the government level, both from the private level, and even the individuals needs to understand. So there needs to be a collaboration between amongst stakeholders to ensure that people are aware of this of all these things. And also, internet governance policies needs to be strengthened. So because on so many times we see governance forum, we see internet governance forum, we see policy forums, we see a lot of all these things. Now, have we asked ourselves, after all these gatherings, after all these events, and we come out to communicate, how are these communicate actually implemented? Were they actually distributed to different stakeholder level? The government level, what is government required to do? Or, what is private sector required to do? What are they actually expected to do to ensure that whatever thing that is contained in the communique are actually well implemented? So these are part of the things that each and every stakeholder needs to actually look into and ensure that policies are actually put in place to promote a safer internet. Now, also, fighting online misinformation and harmful content. A lot of times, people push out harmful content on the internet. Both be social media, all the internet platforms. So how do we need how do these things actually, how do we fight them? How do we fight all these informations? Be it, there are sometimes people post, you go to blogs and you see posts that are even not, that are not true and that are not a fact. So how do we actually fact check those things? How do we actually ensure that whatever information that are online are actually for the best interest of the internet, actually for the best interest of people that are using it, actually for the best interest of the consumers? So we need to actually ensure, have that collaborative effort to make sure that informations that are online, contents that are online, consumable. Whether you like it or not, every child that has access to the internet consumes a lot of things. So there is somehow not no limitation to what they consume on the internet. So we need to actually ensure that whatever informations are being put up. So even the truth about all these things is that most of the stakeholders, that we're talking about, most of the infrastructures are actually used to push out all this kind of information. So at what level do you need to communicate? You need to actually understand. Okay, so what level of platforms? So we have different platforms. So it depends on the on the policies that you've put in place on your platform. What are the best practice? What are the technologies that we need to actually put in place to moderate contents, to moderate informations, as people while respecting freedom of speech and freedom of information. So we actually need to ensure that best practices are in place to make sure to actually fight information content. And also, we also need to enhance DNS and internet infrastructure security. Just like NIRA and ICANN. So we need to actually work together with the ISPs to ensure that DNS and the DNS protocols related are actually safe. So now, a lot of times we have domain abuse, we have content abuse, and all those kind of abuse online. How are this abuse being captured? How are they actually treated? So, stakeholders, agencies, and technical organizations needs to ensure that infrastructure are in place and work close relations with the ISPs to ensure that, okay, yes, there is actually a proper security, even so, and ensure that security actually in place. So just like NIRA is also on on the process of actually ensuring that there is TNS implementation on the .ng zones. So these are part of the steps that needs to happen for to ensure that DNS and internet infrastructure are secured. And also, just like my colleague also mentioned, encouraging responsible data privacy practice. So tech companies, government, and regulatory bodies can develop and enforce data protection regulations. Just like the GDPR, there are guidelines, there are policies, and there are regulations that are actually we put in place to ensure that data protection is practiced in the right way. You understand? So it's now left for different bodies and different organizations to actually ensure that all these things are actually, all the data that you collect actually processed ethically. So what level of data do you collect? What level of data, how do you process this data? How do you keep them safe? How secured are they? So you also need to also let your data subject understand how you process your data. I know if you go online, a lot of websites, a lot of organizations just collect data, even data they don't need, even data they don't have necessary things that they use it for. They just collect data, just collecting sake. There are regulations to actually help, to actually help guide you on how you can collect data and how you can use them. So that is why there needs to be that collaboration between these stakeholders to actually understand how you can encourage responsible data privacy practice. So, and building incident response and crisis management teams. If you go to a lot of organizations, they don't even have incident response policy. There is not such kind of thing in place. So when incidents happen, you see people running up and down. You see people trying to look for how to actually mitigate security risk. So there needs to be that incident response policy in place. What do we do when this happens? What is expected you to do? What are you expected to do when a such thing happen? For example, if you go to, for example, when you have a fire incident, what are you expected to do? When you have a noise, if you hear a noise from your from your server room, from a generator room, or wherever, what are you expected to do? So all these are part of the things that needs to be put in place. And we also need to encourage research and innovations. Academia, we need to work together and improve on innovations and research, because whether we like it or not, new things are coming up, new technologies are coming up, new ideas are coming up. How do we catch up with these things? How do we catch up with this sharing the intelligence around these platforms? If you look around, you see AI doing wonderful things. So this
can we round up time?
Yeah. I'm almost done. So we need to actually look at how we research and innovations can be encouraged. Next slide, please. So NIRA is affiliated to different organizations: IGF, ICANN, Afrinic. So these are different organizations that NIRA is actually affiliated to, just to ensure that collaboration keeps on going, and new things, innovations actually put in place. So that should be all for now. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Francis. You've taken the whole time. I don't think other speakers have time to speak now. It has already gone beyond the time, but thank you. It was a learning curve. Thank you so much, Mr. Francis and Toby, for bringing that. NIRA has been in the front line of collaboration, and also, excuse me, and also paving way for NKF to implement different initiatives. They have also been in the front line of providing us with support and funding. Thank you so much for the presentation, Nira. We do really appreciate. We would like to move on to the next speaker. I am, excuse me, Mr. Adedoku Sahid Ajibade. He'll be presenting the president of ISOC. But please, I'll need to note down something quickly, please. We also need to highlight some of the things we have been doing, what we have done, and some of the future plans we have. This is very important so that if any organization wants to key into some of your initiatives and also collab with you, we can collectively do that. This is an avenue for us to understand what we are doing in this field. Thank you, Mr. Said, and welcome to this webinar again. The floor is yours.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Abdulrazak, and thank you everybody for joining this webinar. It's a pleasure for you having me on this call today. And the theme which we were discussing today, that is the African Safer Internet Day celebration of 2025, is a welcome development because quite a number of challenges has been experienced over the time, especially in terms of how safe our children are on the internet. And of course, you will recall a number of times that even from Nigeria, we've started extraditing individuals. 2022, we extradited like, is it 8? In 2024, we've extradited for different type of issues. Majorly on that is sextortion. Sextortion is now very much rising. And even in this 2025, we have extradited an individual from Osun State to the US based on sextortion too. And this hinges more on the reasons for this gathering, because it tells us more that a number of our youths are using the internet for unsafe practices. Unsafe practices in the sense that they engage in all manners of extortion, whether it's through sextortion, whether it's through phishing, whether it's through all manners of things. So all this underscores the reason why we have to come together and discuss how and why our children will be safe while they are on the internet. So I don't know whether I can share my slide. Yeah. Okay. So I will just go straight to the discussions. So
Please,
today we are
sorry,
looking.
Mr. Said, without stopping
Yes,
you,
sir.
please. We don't have much time.
Okay.
Please, so that you have less than 4 minutes per speaker
It's
now.
okay.
Yes, thank you.
I just want to elaborate on the introduction, why we are here today. Because Safe Internet Day is celebrated around the world in February, and I know that is why this is stated for today, because we are still in February, though it's in the 11th of February specifically. And the issues for general discussion that we usually look at are things that relate to the impact of fake news, cyberbullying, cybersecurity, online tips, things that have actually been spoken about. And we need to make our children, our young ones, to be well aware of all these activities. Yes, we have the Internet Society established even a Safer Internet Day club when they did the Safe Internet Day celebration this February. That was February 11th. And we had it in a number of locations all through the country. So going after this, we know that the internet is an open area and everybody needs to do their part. What I have been mandated to speak on majorly are the regional collaboration achievement, the highlight of successful child online protection initiatives that has happened within Africa. And with this, I looked at the initiatives of child online protection that have happened, which includes the guidelines that has been prepared and given by the International Telecommunication Union. This line provides a framework for protecting child online in Africa and globally. I think Madam Ewo, the first speaker, actually spoke a little more on this. Then we also have this African Week of Action for Child Online Protection, which is a campaign aimed to promoting child online protection and create awareness about the importance of keeping children safe while they are online. The campaign encourages stakeholders to take action and make child online protection very visible at the forefront banner of our discussion. Then there's these two initiatives too that's been going on. We have a Child Online African Initiative, and I know the representative are here, and we have the Child Online Safety Protection and Reporting of Abuse Initiative here in Nigeria. So these two initiatives too have been contributing to the protection of children while they are online. So aside from this, the positioning and partnering for child online protection is also an initiative which cuts across the African educational system, and this awareness is on the importance of child online safety, and to also design strategies to empower and support African children online. All these initiatives actually demonstrate the growing commitment of protecting children while they are online and safe and secure. So, without further ado, we will go and look at the role of our partnership among the stakeholders in relation to NGOs, the educators, the regulators, even tech companies. What are the roles of these partnerships? Most importantly, we know all these stakeholders need to come together to achieve a desired result in child online protection. We need to have a direct and concise objective so that we can be able to move forward. But principally, once all these are done, we will be in the same space and we will be able to push forward the protection that is required for our children while they are online. And sorry, before I conclude, I want to just quickly point out that the lessons that have been learned from other regional African, because of the unique challenges that we have in Africa, we need to be aware that one, our resources need to be managed in the most effective way so that we'll be able to do more with the limited resources that we have. Then we need to put more effort into our volunteering and selfless services, because each individual can actually give more when they volunteer than maybe when we do things independently or individually. Then number three, I also want to emphasize that we need to advocate more resilience and collaboration for community engagement, because by collaborating with communities, we will be able to see the challenges through the unique eyes of those communities, and we should be sure that a single solution cannot fit all. So we need to adapt with the solutions that we've gotten from wherever region, and we need to now situate it to our special need and conquer. And that is the only way we will be able to keep our children safe and make good of the use of the internet for the betterment of all the users. Thank you very much for having me and I will be available for further questions after this. Thank you, Mr. Abdulrazak.
Thank you, Mr. Say. Thank you for making it short. That was really enlightening. I'm sure if anyone has a question regarding that, which of course I also do, but we'll wait until all the speakers are done with their presentation. Next in the list, I'll be welcoming Dr. Ibiso, Dr. Ibiso Kingsley George, the head of new media at the head of excuse me. Head Internet Governance Unit NCC to give her her speech, her point, and also present her document here. Thank you so much, Dr. Kingsley George, and welcome again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abdulrazak. So I'll just go straight to it. I see that we're running behind schedule, a whole lot behind schedule. And as much as possible, I'd like to just make it brief. I want to congratulate the NKF Foundation for their consistency and commitment to the protection of to child safety online. We know that we have collaborated with the NKF on numerous occasions, and we're happy to be here today. So I want to look at what the NCC does with respect to child protection. I would start from the fact that we should note that before we even talk about protection, it's access and digital literacy are also important points that we need to look at. One of the major things that the NCC does is to ensure access to telecommunications services across Nigeria, and also to ensure the protection of consumers, of whom I would say that children are a subset in that place. Following the particular emphasis on child online protection and the importance of child online protection, the NCC we have developed frameworks in line with International Telecommunications Union guidelines to help prevent online threats, protect young users, and promote ethical digital engagement. These documents can be found on the Commission's website. And then we also have a flagship program we call Parenting 101 for Digital Citizens. We commenced that program with, first of all, with our staff, using them as the pilot case, and we have continuously over time engaged with parents in different schools and different organizations on educating them and guiding them on the responsible use of the internet by their children, trying to give them safeguards and advice and things that they can put in place to drive safety online for children. We also engage in awareness campaigns across schools to raise that awareness. One of the times is during the Cybersecurity Month of October, and then of course in commemoration of different days, like the Girls in ICT Day in April, and all other opportunities that we have to promote awareness campaigns and school engagements across Nigeria. It is worthy to note that this is not limited to Abuja, because across the 36 states of Nigeria as well, we try to hold these engagements on different scales and different levels. We also have regulatory oversight on online content and services. We work with the internet service providers and digital platforms to encourage compliance with child protection policies, ensuring young users are shielded from harmful content. Public-private partnerships for internet safety through engagements with the private sector, government agencies, and advocacy groups. We support policies and technological solutions that enhance digital safety and privacy for Nigerian youths. Cybersecurity and sensitization programs, where we collaborate with stakeholders to educate children on digital ethics, cyber hygiene, and safe online practices, helping them make informed decisions while using the internet. Fostering a safer, more inclusive internet for Nigerian youth. Beyond regulation, NCC is committed to fostering a safe, inclusive, and empowering digital ecosystem for young Nigerians. Our initiatives are in the following areas: capacity building for digital literacy. I think I spoke earlier on about our initiatives to drive inclusion, to drive digital literacy, and of course, we're I'm trying to find the right word. We're everywhere with our promotion of digital literacy and access. I would like to go back to a comment that was made earlier on about the lack of transparency with USPF projects. I'd like to say that it might be wise to maybe look at the USPF website to see where and how that access has been promoted across the nation. We cannot go everywhere, but we try to, as much as possible, to ensure that there are projects in every location through the USPF and as well as through the NCC. One of the things that the NCC has done to even drive digital literacy in very recent times is engaging, collaborating with Google Education, Workspace for Education, and the federal government colleges, and driving the adoption of digital learning in federal government colleges across the 6 geopolitical zones. Combating child sexual abuse materials. The NCC is actively working with law enforcement agencies, international partners, and technology providers to prevent the spread of harmful content targeting children. We also advocate for stronger policies to curb online child exploitation, promoting safe online spaces through continued collaboration with schools, policymakers, and international organizations. We're working to create an online environment that is secure, inclusive, and empowering for young Nigerians. While the NCC has made significant progress, ensuring online safety for children is a shared responsibility. We urge policymakers, educators, parents, advocacy groups, and the private sector to join hands in building digital space where children can learn, innovate, and express themselves, free from online harm. To this end, I'd like to say extend our deepest appreciation to the Ndukwe Kalu Foundation for its unwavering commitment to the commemoration of the Africa Safer Internet Day. Your dedication to digital safety for African children is truly commendable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ibiso. And also thank you so much, NCC, for always being there for us. It has been a wonderful ride since we started our collaboration. Thank you for keeping the door open for us. I'm sure everyone got this. For those who want to partner, NCC is always open and always responsive to anything child online protection, and also beyond that. Thank you, Dr. Ibiso George, Kingsley George, for having to present this, and we really appreciate. The time is running so fast. We didn't expect this, but I will try as much as possible to accommodate every of our speakers. The next speaker will be from Action Against Child Sexual Abuse Initiative, ACSI, represented by the Executive Director, Mrs. Juliet Obior. Thank you. You can mute your mic. Unmute your mic.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, that's great. So it was really great, listening to everything. All our conversation so far has been amazing. I want to start by, appreciating in the order of, in my order of preference, I would like to appreciate Mama Nduma for, absolutely always having me here. I'm always excited to be here to have these conversations, because I can see that if you look at globally what is happening, very few conversations are had in this part of the world. And it's really a delight to always be here to have this conversation. Why? Because this is a growing problem and it's evolving in ways that we cannot even imagine. And to all the speakers before me, I've been listening and it's been absolutely an amazing experience. To our speakers, it's also great to have you here. So I'm speaking on empowering youth, parents, and educators. I don't know if you can see my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, that's great. Okay, great. So this conversation around empowering youth, parents, and educators, well, first of all, is strengthening digital literacy and online responsibility. And secondly, the strategies for equipping educators and parents to guide children in the digital space. This is a conversation that even before me, we've had a lot of speakers talking about how it is very important to talking about digital literacy on one aspect, and of course, how important it is to equip our educators and of course, parents, as well as the children themselves. Not just children, but children are young people who use these spaces much more than every other person, on how to use these spaces more effectively. Recently, I was in some gathering around intimate image abuse, and it was a workshop. And one of the questions that we were asked in that gathering, because it had brought together stakeholders who were addressing these issues around child online protection or child online safety, as the case may be. One of the big questions was asked, we're looking at the resources that we have locally within us, which is part of the conversation that I've been hearing, how it is important for us to, build our own resources around addressing these issues. We are an in-hope hotline, just to chip in that introduction. My colleague before, one of our speakers before now said that AWO was really great to also listen to you. So as an in-hope hotline, we facilitate the reporting and removal of child sexual abuse material. And it was also great to hear Dr. Ibiso, because they do support technologies like this that are in some way encouraging or, addressing issues around child protection. So it was really also great to hear Dr. Ibiso's presentation. And of course, one of the things that NCC does is to work with stakeholders across boards who are in any way doing things that are going to mitigate the harms that children are going to come across on the digital spaces. So it's no news that we know that today we have more young people. There have been data stated here by my previous speakers talking about over 60% of young people in Africa having access to the internet. And Nigeria happens to be the most populous country in Africa. And it's not also news that we have more young people in our part of the world who are using these spaces. So it's really important to think of these spaces that we're using, just like my previous speakers have said. What have we prepared ahead of time? It's not just having internet. The speaker from NERA stated that, not just having internet and just jumping into the internet. How have you prepared these young people ahead of time? Now, we've had several of these conversations, and like I said, this is no news to know that, okay, there are digital literacy programs, just like the one that NKF Foundation is doing, just like the one that NCC is doing, and a lot of other organizations are doing, working on empowering children to not just understand the risks that are ahead of them, but to help them to see how they can overcome it. So our presentation is just focusing on how we can also talk about some of these things that are going on, just as I've stated, and most importantly, how to acknowledge that this is a reality, and still talking about stakeholders coming together to address this issue. It's something that cannot be overemphasized. There are very few of these gatherings happening as far as this country is concerned. I've been privileged sometimes to see what is happening in the other parts of the world. And I can tell you that is why whenever I'm called upon to be here, I'm always excited, because we need to do more of this. And once again, I want to just acknowledge, the NKF Foundation for always putting this together so that we can have this conversation among stakeholders like us. So in that conversation, before I go further, one of the questions that we asked was, amongst the resources that we have amongst us locally, which of these resources in our context, contextually speaking, maybe some language or some way that is very local to us? That was a very big question in that gathering, and that got every of us seeking. There were child helplines, there were every other organization that you can think of that had resources around addressing this issue, and even Tech Society, who is also a speaker here, were on that gathering, and that was a very, very big question to us, adapting some of these informations in a way that it can really interact with our people. So that's one of the conversations that we will be having as we continue on this conversation. But it was really important that I spotlight that, because the reality remains that there are resources that different people are bringing up in different places. There are reporting hotlines by TechHa. We have a reporting hotline, which is the global hotline. We have other reporting hotlines. We have materials from Tech Societies that are engaging or maybe e-learning for young people who are learning how to overcome this, making the learning easier for them to not just learn the ambassadors. We on ourselves will run advocacy programs for ambassadors, more like the e-change makers, where we have more young people who are now preaching to other young people on what to do if they encounter certain issues on the digital spaces. So why do digital literacy matters? Of course, we understand that, just like the previous speakers have also said, we talked about critical thinking, more like enhancing their critical thinking, and also keeping them safe from exploitation and other forms of harm that they can encounter in these spaces. And the challenges that they face, of course, we've also looked at those challenges, the cyberbullying, the exposure to cyberbullying, predators online, misinformation. Just recently, I was told by a friend of mine that, oh, Wiki has been captured in the US. And, it just took me a while to say, okay, let me just fact check it before I take it to the other part. So there's so much that is happening in these spaces, misinformation that even lead to people taking their lives, because of course, in as much as you call it misinformation, it sounds like a little word. The impact on people, depending on what they have been accused of, can be much, much more tremendous as compared to what we can imagine by ourselves. For parents, what comes to parents in situations like this, what they can face on the digital space, of course, a lot of parents lack the awareness on monitoring their children online. This is no news. We talk about our young population and then the growing space between the young people and the old people. You have old people who were born in ages before my time, and then you have these Gen Zs who understand this system. How do you teach them? I had a very good friend who told me, I bought a smart fridge and I was trying to lock it, and my daughter, who was 10 years old, came and said, no, daddy, this is how to lock it. So it was really funny for me to say. I said to myself, okay. He started laughing and he said, I'm trying to lock this fridge so that she's not always coming here to take things, and then she's the one teaching me how to lock it. And this is the reality for us as a people. We come from a time where we are not producers of technology. So technology for the people who are advanced, the people who are before the Gen Zs and the Gen Alpha, is a different aspect. They're not used to it. And they are the parents to these new people. How do they protect them? So this is a very, very big challenge. And for educators, the limited training or digital safety education, that even for educators themselves, how to address these issues. If they encounter children who are even going through this process, what do they do? And in their case, limited training, and then of course their digital safety education is also a very, very big challenge for them, because you can't teach what you don't know, and you cannot address a problem that you don't know how to navigate. So it's really important when I hear the work that NKF is doing, and NCC and every other organization that is working with teachers, educators, that is primarily important. But when it comes to parents, I really think there's so much gap, and we need to do a lot more work around bringing parental, more like they call it parental education, or some sort of digital empowerment around understanding how to navigate these spaces to be able to protect their children.
Sorry, now, we can't see your slide presenting. Sorry.
Oh, what happened? You can't see me till now?
It's just static on the first page.
Oh, and
can you do that?
I've been going forward and forward. Can you see me now? Can you see it now?
I think Kelechi is trying to. Okay.
Can you see it now?
No, not yet.
Oh. Okay, let me just try to. Can I stop sharing and share again?
Yes, I think.
You cannot.
Kelechi, can you stop sharing yours?
Okay, Kelechi, please.
Maybe there's that confusion.
Can you see mine now? Okay, so let me just go, because we don't have a lot of time. So let me just keep going, so we don't take a lot of time. But can you see my screen now? Just reconfirming.
It's just your picture.
Okay.
Okay, can Kelechi present that for you?
Okay, Kelechi, please, can you just go ahead? Is that okay? I will just be going ahead, because I don't want to kill the time that we have.
Okay.
Okay, so we talked about, what experiences young people have on the digital space. For parents, their challenges, as well as for educators, what they're facing on these digital spaces. And when we talk about responsible online behavior for youth, we know what the benchmark will be. You have to always think before you click. You avoid sharing personal information online. These are conversations that have also been had before me. You respect others, respect others by, avoid, engaging in cyberbullying, hate speech, or real consequences. And most importantly, what to do, taking actions to report, block, and then using all those reporting tools that are available. One of the outcome of that gathering that we had recently in Lagos last week was understanding the available tools we had locally, to be able to report issues. For instance, getting help. But even when you're being cyberbullied, who do you call? I will talk about that. Who do you call when you're being cyberbullied? Okay, when you see these contents, what do you do? These are some of those call to actions that we believe that we should also be equipping, as we're equipping the knowledge of, don't do this, don't do that. But if this happens, where do you get the required help? We do have platforms, our technology platforms, which we cannot stop mentioning their names in these spaces, because they are the primary people when it comes to addressing these issues, because they brought these issues with the technology they brought. In as much as this technology, we needed to learn, we needed to socialize, we needed to do every other thing we need to do. It's also important that the features that they have put there to protect especially children should be child-friendly, should be accessible, and most importantly, should be in a language that is easy to understand. That means they must learn to adapt it culturally in every areas that they have it. So in as much as we do have access to these technologies, it is important that we also start to hold them accountable to ensure that whatever they bring, their protection or policies or their safety policies are also adapted to suit us culturally, which is one thing I know that, of course, our policy, our stakeholders in the policy aspect are working around to see that, it is not just a foreign technology, but a technology that is adapted to suit us and suit us in a way that we can understand and be able to navigate it safely. So for equipping parents to guide children, it's really important that we encourage open communications around parents. One of the reasons when we talk about civil society and we to have conversations like this, we bring a human face to these conversations. It's not all about policy. We're talking about all these things we're talking about, stakeholders. At the end of it is humanity. At the end of it is real human beings that have been impacted by these crimes. Last month particularly, we had a case where there was a young girl who had reached out to us and she was being sextorted 50,000 naira per hour because somebody had her nudes. So this person was asking her for 50,000 naira per hour and she was paying, and she had reached us at about 9 p.m. in the night. So at that point in time, this is a responsible girl who was in a tertiary institution, and somehow she made a video and sent to somebody who had, won her trust in some way. So, understanding how to have this open communication, especially looking at us culturally and our beliefs, so that is putting that human face to it. How do we ensure that while we are running these programs, we are carrying even parents along? Parents are very important stakeholders, just like educators. But in most cases, while we are training educators, sometimes we talk about trainings in PTAs, but how much access do we have to reach our parents and begin to have these communications about having open communications with your children? Being able to set boundaries, establish screen time is in another conversation, because today we have young people who are abandoned to screen. Some people are addicted to games and all sorts of screen time. Maybe whether you're watching the YouTube or you're playing games, these are realities. But being able to set these boundaries, these are things that parents need to know in some ways. Using parental controls, which is something I've also spoken earlier. These parental controls should also be adapted for parents to be able to navigate these spaces. These are conversations that even we as an organization is also having to tech platforms. When we get to meet them, you don't just give us these platforms and say report, or you give us these platforms, say this is how to navigate it. You need to go the extra mile, work locally with the people to adapt these resources so that the people that should access these resources can access it effectively. And finally, being a digital role model is by also, equipping, people to practice and demonstrate themselves in the best way they can. For educators, of course, we have been having these conversations around incorporating digital literacy, which is something I'm very proud that the NCC, I've seen so much doing around that, as well as NKF and a lot of other organizations who are having these conversations. And we can see that a lot is happening in that field to promote media literacy, understanding the difference between credible resources and misinformation. These were some of the conversations I also had at the beginning of this. Encouraging peer-led discussions. One of the things that we believe as an organization in AXA is that young people form the largest population of Africa and of Nigeria. So these same young people are the digital natives. These same young people are the ones who use these spaces more. Their experiences are different. The way they communicate are different. So it's very important that we empower young people to lead these conversations. We cannot be having this meeting without having young people in this meeting. It's really important that young people's voices are incorporated. You will be shocked at how much more we can learn from young people. We've done a lot of programs working with young people, and that was because we understood the global understanding. You have to go where the young people are, because the young people are the people who are using the technology. So we've done a lot of work with young people, and we've seen that the way they communicate to each other is different. We can stay on this platform all day and talk about what we need to do and what we don't need to do. But if a young person were to be here and to communicate to another young person, you will be shocked at what kind of communication they'll be using. So it's very important that we start to appreciate and understand that times have changed, there's an evolution, and we must carry the people who are driving this evolution alongside, as if we really want to make the change and impact that we desire. And finally, it's really important that we collaborate with parents when it comes to educators to foster a school-home partnership for digital safety. This might look, how does it work? How is it possible? But this is possible if we can grow models around it. So in summary, when I've talked about the young people, talked about parents, and of course talked about educators, there is no way we cannot work without these three people. Every one of these people are very important stakeholders in this conversation. And in as much as we look at our parents and we see them maybe as distant people, they cannot be left out of this communication. And like I always say, you cannot give what you don't have. So if you are a parent and you are expected to protect your child from the online space, how do you protect that child if you do not have the knowledge it takes to do so? If the tech platform does not adapt the system for you to be able to do so. And finally, the call to action would be that, we have more young people, taking responsibility for their digital footsteps. We've also had this conversation before me, and a speaker before me talking about their digital footprints and how it's very important that, they are aware and they are taking responsibility to ensure that in their path to staying on the internet, nothing is private on the internet. It looks like a private space, but they must understand, just like we live in the real world, the internet is a virtual world and is a place where people are doing everything. They're having relationships, they're socializing, they're having conversations, everything that is happening in the real world. And, most recently, you can see when we talk about sexting and sharing of nudes, these are how people express their own, their own feelings for each other on these spaces. And we must recognize that this is real. And for parents, they have to stay informed, they have to keep involved in the evolution process. It's not stopping now, it's happening. And one of the things that we will all agree is that it's a rapid thing. So it's happening at a speed that we need to start working from today. And this conversation also takes me to when we have conversations around AI. Today, we are talking about how AI is so far, but AI is already a thing. We're not yet having conversation about AI, but it's already a thing that is already impacting our young people. Our young people are using these things. So we need to have our parents catching up to all these issues that are happening. And finally, for educators, making digital literacy a priority, when it comes to when we're having educators, we have to prioritize them as, people who also need digital literacy, not just this our normal going to this our education schools we go to, but, and, having teaching practice that is very digitally based. So it's really important that we recognize that every stakeholders that are involved will have to put hands together, just like we've all said, the tech companies, the educators, the parents, civil society organizations, every stakeholder is really important. Government to put hands together and see that we're addressing this issue. And in conclusion, so digital literacy and responsible online behavior are key for creating a safer and more informed digital generation. So there has to be a collaboration between these three sectors that I've mentioned. Both are all very important stakeholders. So when we're talking about stakeholders gathered here, it's high time in our next meetings, we should be having the PTA heads, we should be having some sort of teachers heads, having these conversations with us, because they are very, very important stakeholders when it comes to child online protection, because children spend much more time than they do in any space, as you know, compared to the time they spend, as compared to the time they spend in school. They spend much more time in school as compared to what they do in any space. And you know, having said that, I'm just running all through because I know we're out of time. I'm just trying to make sure that if there's anybody that is presenting, the person can still have the time. And so thank you so much. And I just wanted my colleague Victor to just give a brief 2-3 minute summary of our work, and then if you need to contact us. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Juliet, for your presentation. So basically, Action Against Child Sexual Abuse, it's a woman-led organization committed to protecting children from all forms of exploitation and sexual abuse. Now, over the past 8 years, our work has been centered on advocacy, capacity building, and one of our interventions that we have, one of our initiatives is the ASID Changemaker. Now, as she rightly said during her presentation, this is a platform where we have young people, because these people, as she rightly said, are digital natives, and if we must create a change on the digital space, we need to communicate with the language that the populace or most of the internet users can understand. And for us to do that, we need to have the young people drive this message. We need to have the young people communicate in the way that they best understand to their peers. And having this key change makers, they are at the forefront of the online safety advocacy. All right, we equip them with the knowledge to promote safer internet practices, recognizing online threats such as grooming, exploitation, extortion, and even supporting their peers, because most times the victims of such offenses or such crimes are young people, and most of these young people don't know who to turn to, where to go to. But having these key change makers, being the young people, they get to reach out to their fellow young people, and they get to tell them, okay, now this is where you can have the support, this is where this can be done for you and that. Not also forgetting that ASI is actually also has a hotline supported by the eBook network. Now, the eBook network is made up of over 52 countries all over the globe, and in Nigeria here, ASI is actually the hotline where you can report child sexual abuse material, intimate image abuse, rape, extortion. And one of the wonderful things about the technology being used in Hope and ASI is that whenever a material is being reported, and then you get to look at the material, once it is taken down from the internet, rather, taken down completely. Like, it cannot be uploaded anymore. It cannot be, of course, we should know that sharing child sexual abuse material is a crime. And this is one of the messages that most people or most persons don't know, but the ASID change makers also get targeted. So whenever it's taken out from the internet, it's taken down completely. All right. So we also have the Safer Internet Center, which is a one-stop shop for everything as regards safety on the internet, where we have materials, where we have things that you can contact, rather, where we have contact wherever you need to have this thing, or wherever you are troubled or you don't know what to do. The Safer Internet is
Thank you, Victor. Thank you. Sorry, we don't have much time. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much, and bye.
Yes,
I'll be waiting for any
I
questions.
think
Thank
we'll
you.
drop the site URL so that everyone will go check it out. Thank you so much, ma. I'll quickly move on to Tech Society now. Represented by Gabriel Michael, to quickly start his presentation now. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so I will be speaking on two things, generally focused on empowering youth and parents and educators. And I hope I am not under pressure to present. I have a flight to catch. I just want to quickly do this before I jump out of this. Okay, so first things first, I'm going to be speaking to youth empowerment programs and their impact on fostering safe online practice. So first of all, there is no way we will create empowerment programs for young people if we do not include them in the designs of this empowerment program. If we are saying we want to create something for the youth, we need to create we need to understand their perspective when designing this empowerment program, and also equipping young people with skills, knowledge, and confidence to navigate the digital world safely and responsibly. You know, when we give them skills for online safety, when we give them skills to improve their safety online, it helps them not just to have the knowledge, but also to build confidence in them to navigate the digital world safely. Remember, Madam Julia just described some experiences that they have in their organization regarding people who are experiencing online harms in the world. And it is the experience, it is the thing that we are seeing today, because we have many digital netizens who are coming onto the internet on a daily basis. And it is important to develop empowerment programs that can actually help them to stay safe online. Also, such programs help to build critical thinking skills to actually recognize and address online dangers. But much more, finally, I'll say here that it helps them to build safer and more supportive digital environment. When people have this knowledge, they don't just keep that knowledge to themselves, because when they have something that has helped them stay safe out of a place, they replicate that same thing within their community. Next slide. So here at Tech Society, we developed a platform, just as Madam Juliet mentioned in her comments. It's called Tech Society Academy. It's a free academy whereby people can learn at their own pace. And also, just as an incentive, we give free data when people complete 2 courses. And at the end of your course, you would have, at the end of each course, you have certificates to yourself. I will also drop the link in the comment box. Maybe if there are anybody on this call, if you want to take advantage of this within your community, you can share this with them. And part of it I'm going to talk about today is also to talk about developing a roadmap for child online protection implementation across Africa. Now, giving credit to the African Union, there is a policy that is called the African Union Child Online Safety and Empowerment Policy. So this policy actually aims at protecting the African child, and it's building on the United Nations Convention on Rights of Child, proposing the strategies to balance ICT benefits and risk. Now, why is this needed? It is needed because the African child needs to stay safe online. And we can mirror or follow the approaches that is inside this policy document across the country. I'll just speak to some of the things that we can do in my next slide. Now, what can we do? We can develop national policy integrations. Now, Nigeria, in 2023, if I am not wrong, January, there was an announcement by the NCC for the Nigerian Child Online Protection Policy and Strategy. And I stand to be corrected. Just the challenge there is that I searched everywhere online in the last 2 years to find this document. I can't find it, which means that if this document was created in 2023 to run for 5 years, as at today, I have not seen the document, but if anybody can help me find a link to the document, I think I would really be interested in understanding what this document is, so that we can actually do a follow through of what this policy is and how the strategy has been implemented to help protect children in Nigeria. online. So that's one thing that I give credit to the NCC for, because there was a buzz around this document that was created during the last administration. Also, in creating a right roadmap for child life protection implementation across Africa, there should be a cross-sectional collaboration. When I say cross-sectional collaboration, engaging the government, the civil society, and the tech companies. And also, to add to this layer is I also have a cross-border collaboration, because we can take lessons from different African countries. If there's an, I'm so sorry, that is a symbol of the country that we are in. If there is a lesson we can learn from, say, Ghana, based on what they have implemented around child online protection, we can do a cross-border collaboration where we engage them on what they are doing to keep the children in their own country safe, and learn from one another across Africa. Also, digital literacy education. Now, several conversations have been had on this in details. And also, we need to strengthen laws to major public awareness. I'm so sorry, can you hear me? The network took me out. So there also needs to be a monitoring and evaluation mechanism set up to actually track the progress and the impact of what is being done regarding the implementation of childline protection policies across Africa. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? You are muted, sir.
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
All right, thank you very much. That will be all from me.
Thank you, Mr. Gabriel. I think Mr. Abrazak is not online.
Oh, sorry for that break. I think we've lost our speaker that was just speaking a while ago. Perhaps it's the connection or something. Okay, let me just step in a little bit here and address some of our questions. I know that someone asked if we'll be going out of state and working in Abia this year. And we're looking for more collaborations and partners, and that's why we are here today. And we're so glad to have all of you key stakeholders from various organizations. So NKF is extending her hand of partnership and collaborations with all of you to see how we can take our advocacy programs and on child online protection to other states aside what we're doing here. We've done a lot of work already in Abuja, and we're also moving in Lagos and other states within the FCT. We're looking at spreading out in all of our programs for the year 2025. So collaborations and partnerships, sponsorships are very welcome from our esteemed key stakeholders who are gathered here today. We'll be also looking at something that's very interesting from some of the programs we intend doing in 2025. Like our last speaker said, sorry, I think Madam Juliet Ugonna, yes, she mentioned how we can bring parents and as key stakeholders on our platforms and have them educated. We are going this year to have a program we call the Student Sensitization Drive, where we'll be working with parents, the PTAs in schools directly, and we'll be happy to involve our key stakeholders who are here today in some of these education programs as well. Also, like I mentioned a few minutes ago, we're taking these also to communities as well. We're taking our outreaches to communities. So we're looking for partnerships and interventions in community skills development. This is taking us across different states in Nigeria. So our partner and our interested and key stakeholder who is in this meeting, please take note of that. We'll be looking out to working with you. And for teachers engagement training, we usually do that every year. And this year we're taking it across Abuja, even to Lagos. So we're doing a lot of work besides having to work here in Nigeria, to work here in the FCT. And now we have very interested partners, and we have the NCC, who is a very good organization partner who have been working with us and collaborating for several years. We are glad that you're here with us today, and we're so excited because we know that with your support, with your guidance and policies, you'll be able to extend that support to NKF as you have always done. And we're coming back to you in a bigger and in a better way with our proposals. So I just want to use the opportunity to say thank you everyone for being here. It has been a very great day, and we've learned a lot. We've collaborated. We're going to see how we can take this now out to what we're doing and practicalize it in more real terms. We have been doing a lot, but let's see what we can do better by collaborating as a team and putting our words to action. I'm so delighted that our chairperson, Mrs. Mary Uduma, has been here guiding the NKF team. Without her guidance, we wouldn't have done this much. So a big congratulations to you, ma'am, and thank you so much for all the guidance, Mama Africa. We are deeply happy and deeply excited to always have you join us. It's the passion you show towards the child right protection that guides us and shows us that, yes, we can do more. We can push ourselves even further than what we're doing here today. So thank you, stakeholders. I want to thank you so much, Ma'am Elizabeth Yisa. Thank you, Madam Jacinta Ewuzie. Thank you, Ma'am Juliet Ogonna. Thank you for all the other partners and speakers who have voiced out today and been at this presentation. We are so glad to have you. So before we have our programs officer, I think he's disconnected somehow, and pardon that. But I think we are the good. Yes, he is, right? Is he back? Is our chairperson still here?
No, he's not back yet.
Is mommy internet here?
Sure.
Is she still here, or she was talking
Yes.
about it? She's still here.
Yes.
So, ma'am,
she's here with us here.
All right, ma'am, a few words before we call this a close for the day. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am Mary, Mama Internet, are you here?
Maybe she's away from our system.
Okay. So if our Mama Internet is away, thank you, our partners, NIRA. We're so grateful. You have been sponsoring us for several years, and we're still glad to have the support you've been giving to us. NKF cannot stand alone, and we actually recognize your presence. Thank you, Francis, for your very, very educative presentation. Thank you. And our other speakers as well from NIRA, I want to thank all of you. And for those of us who I do not mention your name, I don't take it lightly, or I do not take it please do not take it personal that I do not mention your name, but I just want to say thank you for being here. All of you have done really great, and we'll look forward to doing more of this and putting a lot of this into action. Do have a fantastic day and safer internet to move forward.
Yes.
Yes, please. Yes.
Just one more thing. For the slides that was used for the presentations, we would like to have we would like to have them after this webinar. They can share the link to.
Please, yes, kindly share with us your presentation. So because we're actually taking this, like we said, more, and all the things have been mentioned here today are really, really something I want to put into action. Please kindly share with us on our email addresses. I will drop them. Kelechi, can you please drop the link here, or the email address?
All right.
But however, we'll be reaching out to you to say thank you for being here, and on behalf of me and my team, and do have a fantastic day. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you and bye. Thank you and bye.
Hey, bye-bye.